Well, hello there. We gonna start out blurry today? Kind of looks like it. No, we're good. All right. So, what in the world was I up to? Game loop. We were looking at and thinking about how to do that. And we had kind of a loose plan formed, but then, uh, just open that for now. I started thinking about this more because it's a really interesting problem, right? Normally, we're not super concerned about order of operations in most cases, right? As long as a single chunk of thing happens sequentially, if it matters at all, then it's fine. But in a game, we have a lot to think about in terms of like fairness and one of the things that I encountered in my research as I was kind of digging into this more was things like, in a fighting game, how do you determine ties, right? You can't always be the first person if they both legitimately hit one another at the same exact time. This won't have that problem, but it was an interesting thing to think about, right? So going on there. Oh, you just okay. That's fine. Um, so I started digging in to a little bit of research. I found this book that I've heard of many times before, but never actually sat down and read through. This is by Robert Nystrom. He's all over the place. Um, and I think this is just the link, and I'll drop it in the chat for the VOD viewers and for anybody who swings by after, so that they can know what we're talking about. And he so in his example loops, we have get input as a step, but we're doing input asynchronously. We're letting the WebSocket Go routine bind to a character and then be able to shoot things at the game manager, events and commands and things, right? And I think I still like that idea. I think that's still good, but let's see here. Here he's talking about time stepping and stuff like that, which we should be okay with for now, but we might have problems with later. We'll see, right? Keeping things off into their own Go routines, I think, should help with this. I hope. That's my theory, right? Let's see here. There was. This is not the one I was looking for. Let me see if I can find. This should be safe to browse around in. This is a sequencing loop one, but there was, I thought... Maybe it's not in this book. Stumbled across a better or a more thorough sort of discussion over different strategies on Monday after stream. Where what I want is, there we go, this one. He's got his blog here. Let's just right back to this. Thought it was the same website. He also had a really good one on state. Yeah, this is the one on state. This one's really, really great, which we'll have to think about, especially if the characters are all managing their own state, right? Which they are currently. And I'm pretty happy for them to continue to do. And then we'll have to kind of get into his example in that one of a hierarchical state machine involves inheriting stuff. But I think we can do similar things in Go if we do an interface. Whether or not that becomes really clunky and awful is kind of a question, right? But it was interesting to think about. Was it an update loop? I don't think this is the one either. Maybe it was something that was linked from here. I looked it up on... I was running my main computer at the time, so I don't have it in history to go dig out. That seems to be broken, which is a shame. So, what I essentially remember from reading it, though, and maybe I'll dig it up later and bookmark it so I can get back to it, but I think we were kind of on the more correct path here. We can still allow these things to register different actions into this list of things we need to do. That kind of takes the place of the get input step, right? It'll execute them in order. So that kind of helps with our timing, right? Of what things happen. Whichever one gets into the list first happens first. And that won't be like strictly, like it won't always be the first player that always gets their action in first, right? In any given thing. Because we're letting those characters and other things do their own updates of things that impact only them, right? Or only is kind of a tricky word there, right? But mostly them, I guess I should say. As long as the character, the things that act upon them, as long as they run through some kind of machinery that calls something on the character itself, which can be tied into character state, I think we're okay. And then we can do the same thing for like NPCs and all that, right? game map is kind of the only place where we currently do anything that affects global state on a character, and that is moving them. Specifically, when we get our move, we validate the exit that we can't move that way. Hi to you too. We check if the character can see the exit. And this is for our caching of the skill check stuff. So nothing actually checks that just yet, but the machinery is good. The scaffolding's kind of in place. Then we make sure that they can enter. This lives on tile. So this needs to be more generic, but this could also be something that checks the state, right, of the character itself, or we do, you know, a more generically named like character.move to tile or something like that. And then if the character is for some reason not allowed to do that, then it handles that. That would need to like return a bool or something, right? And we probably have to lock like character state on that so that like as you're in the moving process, kind of like a database rollback, right? If something goes horribly wrong, we roll you back. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So we'll have to rework things a little bit for that, but this we're actually going to chuck this, I think. Well, let me think here. We added a message broker. That's probably fine. Our changes to run need to go. We want this to be back where it was because we did tick time. We need to fix our tick time. That's fine. Because in this, as we're executing these actions, our action queue is locked. Nothing can register anything. Everything's going to be waiting for this to be done. And I think that's the correct answer. Because we process things until... Well... That's more of a traditional loop, right? Just thinking if that leads to things feeling weird. We'll have to see. If it does, then maybe we can like make a copy of it and execute all the processes on that copy. And replace the one that's live with a new thing. So we'll leave it for now. Because this is kind of more correct, I think. The tick time, we got rid of tick time. We renamed you to frame limits, but you're kind of a different thing too. Let's do this. Thank you. We're going to do a different branch. This is going to be rework game manager main loop. And then we'll pop this back off. There. Okay. Now, his example. Let's see here. This part made sense. Thought he had an example in here. Hello. So here, this is close to what we had. So if we leave our frame limit in, what is the stream about? What does the title of the stream say? So this is very similar to what we were starting to think about doing right here. Sleep time, except for next tick. So if we're just doing things a little bit more split up, we should do it after we execute the actions for sure, because that's where any delay is going to happen, right? Next tick is time to now add -1 milliseconds. That's in this case, he's doing a start time. Milliseconds per frame. So we need to do, first we need to determine the, milliseconds per frame. That's going to be frame limit divided by because we want 60 frames per second. Well, no. Yeah. Does it make sense to do it this way for our game? No. It's not 60, it's 1,000 milliseconds. Do you have a Yes, 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 yes. 16 milliseconds per frame. Right, yes. Oh, yeah, right there. Yeah, 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 yeah. And if we set our framelit to something different, it should still work. So then he does process input. We've already done that. He does update and render. We don't do render. That's different. And then we get rid of this. We need to do time.now. Let's get rid of this stuff real quick. I liked his answer better. Get rid of that. Just put you in here like so. Now, we go through, we execute our actions, and we sleep for plus this needs to be duration though. Which is that this needs to be add like so. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Hang on, we need to clean this up a little bit. This is hard to read. We want to start plus milliseconds per frame. This is C# sleep, and I think that's an until. Let me see if we can determine that for sure. Specified number of milliseconds. Okay. So that is milliseconds. Start time plus the milliseconds per frame minus get current time. That doesn't... How does that make sense? I could just be completely forgetting anything about the C# time that I've ever known. It's entirely possible. Minus get... Okay, right, okay. It's because we would sleep from here until this. Is per frame minus now minus start time. Yeah, I'm trying to translate that into Go. And in order to do so, I need to understand the C#, because that's what he's... Pretty sure that's what he's using for an example here. This looks like C# to me. Could be something else. I thought I turned you off. Hang on. I need to make sure that that's not... Where did that live? Here? Yes. Ah. Shit's off in both places. Alright, there we go. Okay, so at the start time plus the 16 milliseconds minus get current time. And I'm trying to understand how that results in okay, it's because it's the difference of the current time and when the next frame would be due. That's why it's that way. So I don't think we actually need that. And I can't remember. This returns a duration. So I think it's that. Why doesn't this int and duration? Okay, so I do need to duration you. Then it's not happy still. Int and duration. Why can't I do that? Sipping on some blue go juice. It's the little squirty deals, the Mio water flavorers. Why can't I duration you? Give me duration. Parse duration. Let's add a duration. Yeah, that's what that says too. I should be able to do that. On duration matters for frames in int 64. Right, but I should be able. Line 210. Shouldn't matter though. Because right, but that's why I was putting it into here. And you should be able to multiply a time duration by a number, convert it. Like here, right? See, it's completely happy. So I'm a little confused as to why that wasn't allowed. And that'll work, but I'm just confused as to why it didn't work the other way, right? So that should be a simpler way to figure out that. And we can make sure that it's correctly delaying by running this. And I forgot to start my database. That'll work better. And, let's see. Because I have not given you a message broker. I can just do that. Sleep uses might be wrong here. Did I forget to sub the current time? No, this is a duration. So it's the start time, add the milliseconds per frame, subtract time.now, right? Duration, if the result exceeds the maximum or minimum value that can be stored, it'll return max or min. So their example, start time here, start at 0 UTC, end at 12 UTC. It's a 12-hour difference. Right? Make sure this doesn't panic. Okay, yes, fatal error, good. Because it wasn't able to start, but it gave me... I'm doing log the error. Oh, there it is, yeah, it's at the bottom. I confused myself. Yeah, times are confusing. Thus my confusion. It's hard to think about and reason about time, always, I find. And I could be doing it wrong, but I'm 80% confident that I'm right. What I was going to do is run this guy. Actually, what we can do temporarily, I was going to run it and make sure that we don't go to 100% CPU usage immediately, because that'll indicate that it is sleeping. We could also do... And time.now it. Time string formatting is awful in GoTo. Yeah, times are a little clunky. Like add and sub always get me, right? Because add returns a time plus a duration. Sub returns a duration. So if you want to add negative time, you actually have to add a negative time instead of subtract, right? It is what it is, you know? Okay, so then this should still run because we're not actually using our message broker. And I forgot a new line, as I am wont to do. Or prone to do, I guess you might say. And if we cancel that now, we get a nice little output here. And we can look and see 34, 36. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And I scrolled and lost count. This looks close-ish, right? In fact, if we look, so 34, 38, yeah. Can I get these all? We could count that way. I just make my terminal bigger. That's 40, but we started halfway through. So this should be like, yeah, 38, 31, 37, 34. Said FPS a lower number of quick way to verify. Yes, that is also true. It looks roughly correct. And if we look, well, you can't see, but my CPU is at 33.7, 36, all that. If we did like 10, then we should see frame 11 at roughly 3168. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 31, 68, 9. So yeah, we're right there. Very, very close. All of this is probably super overkill for a mud server, but you know. We'll leave it at 60 for now. I'll clear all that out. We'll take out our trace before I forget, and it becomes a nightmare in my logs the next time I'm looking for something. Okay, let's put these back in and actually use them. We need to, for one, remember to include them. That's going to break our tests too. No. Maybe. That's fine though. Right after this, let's give you... I don't think we need the message bus in server. We just need you to happen fairly early. We can do you after log. New message broker. Gives us a pointer when we do our manager config. Like so, gets you passed in. This should now launch again without a panic or a crash. It does, okay, perfect. And then we need to actually listen for messages on that channel, which we subscribe here. We have our message bus. You could put in there. Perfect. So I don't think I want to put the message listener in here. I think it needs to go in its own. And then do that the other way around, a little more clear. Don't think I want this to be an error, because we don't know for sure if that is an error. Well, right now it is, but we won't. This we just do and then we can pull this out. 2 usages, client handler and the test. That's not sure if I want to or not, but we do have this. Like so. Why are you unhappy? Type message as type command types action. Right. So we actually need to switch on the type so that we can handle things. This is case. Where are you? Command types action. Mismatch types action struct and message type. What did I say you're allowed to do? Subscriber channel. Right. Right. We need to look at message broker here. We need to switch on the data. We don't really care, or do we care about type? I don't think we care about type for this. And I think I've done that incorrectly. No? Why can't I do that? Why is that not allowed? Because I have done that incorrectly. There we go. That like so. That should fix that. This needs to also over here. We have start, but nothing uses you. Let's just get rid of you then, because we start you as part of your initialization. We should actually put you here just for funsies. Listen for events. Probably goes first just for funsies as well. Makes more sense. Okay. Now. Those all run. We need to take out or test uses you, test execute action move. Yeah, I think we want to get rid of this because we want everything to run through this channel and avoid references to Game Manager in the other packages, because that's how we get circular references really easy. I think everything except for this one should pass still, because we kind of mock everything up and you give it only what it needs. I could be wrong though. Config manager, map config, test main. We set up the map stuff for testing the map. This we just need to man config. New message broker. Should probably name that a little bit different, but that's fine. That. And then dispatch message topic string is broker channel. We need to make our we don't have right messages and interface. Which is fine. Action queue. So we just need to implement this interface. You will need this is a one of them. Do that. And then probably won't need those, but needs to return that. Not that, them. That. That. Now. That. that's fine. It just needs to exist. Data is test action. That's empty. Oops. Test message goes in there. I believe this takes a... No? There's a pointer... Oh, right. Not that one. These don't need a pointer receiver. Well, actually, they will. That's going to be important. That will replace that. I think that'll fix that. Ah, right. Because we do need to create the manager for these. This is one of the downsides to this approach. But what does MUD stand for? Multi-user dungeon. If we don't make it fail on not having a broker configured, then it's easy to wind up with hard to diagnose failures, right? It won't be running stuff silently. We would have to make it silent, but if we just do this, it should get us back in action. And it's just tests, so like, oh well, you know. We'll just get them created real quick. It fixes all that. What else was using that for a test? Something was. Just run tests and see. Oh, the other thing I need to make sure. This should lock. Yeah, okay. That locks and unlocks our queue. Perfect. Queue action, undefined. Client handler. Client handler has tests for that. A client handler has code for that, actually. Which is fine. We just need to think about how we want to do that. Client config would probably be the place. Or because when we connect, we need to know about our game manager that we're talking to. We would then, first input returns that. And that's not public, nor should it really be. Well, actually, we might not need to know about our game manager at all if we give it a message broker. I commented out the wrong, not all of the things. Need to do that. Where else do we use game manager in here? Don't necessarily need that. Oh, login stuff. Yeah, we probably want to keep that. Just thinking about simplicity here. That would also make this easier because we could push this into the game manager as well. Because right now we just have this as a placeholder, right? Yeah, okay. So because otherwise we'll have to know about everything from client handler. This way we only need to know where our message bus lives. You go back in here, please. Game clients. Yeah. Do that. We need to do the same thing here. This doesn't return an error because up until now, there hasn't really been a way to get an error. Nor is there really a way. I guess we could log it, which is probably the correct answer. So up here, oops, we say don't need that, just errors new. We could also do, while we're here, like so, and then up here we can do or not that, in the game client object. And we'll need some consts for that too. You can probably export those. You are, what was the pattern we started using? Not there. Not there either. The actual file things, broker name, broker channel, and a dash. Okay. We'll stick to similar names. Right now they're kind of just the same, but we might wish to have different name channels in the future, so we'll just specify them. Oops. Need to finish up here. So what we do is subscribe, broker name, broker channel, wait, we don't want that. We want the subscriber channel. Ooh, no, I lied. We don't subscribe. This one only sends right now. This does need to be a message broker. Because we need to use it to dispatch a message. Let's see what that was real quick here. Okay. Don't need that, thank you. The dispatch. We probably want to and we have it exported, so any place that actually needs that, ooh, that's gonna get messy in a hurry. Don't know how I'm going to solve that, though. Multi-user dungeon? Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I answered that. I'm sorry if I didn't. Must have been distracted. The other thing we could do is just put you on the broadcast. Which would come in the same subscriber channel. Yeah, actually, that would be fine. And this needs to be... this is going to get tricky too, because it's just an interface. We probably want to implement our own interface in here that anybody can use. This is only used 4 places and only implemented 4 times so far. And for things that don't need to listen to a message, sure would be nice, huh? What if we did that, and then don't mess with my strings. The rest of this just refactor. Then we can do let's just put you into another file. You'll be in the same package. Please don't do that. Move the wrong thing. Message broker. You have that. And then other thing. Ooh. What to fix this? So it'll be hard to create these if we don't give them either exported fields or a constructor, right? And I don't know if I want to just export these with like abbreviated names or if I want to make a constructor. Let's go with that for now, and if it starts to suck, we'll think about it. Or I could do that. Ugh, just I could do that. It's a little easier to parse out when you're building them, right? Yeah, I like that better. And then actually in message brokers test, I don't need to do any of that because I can use and get testing for free, which doesn't really do much, right? But it's just nice. Dispatch message, you are just a message. Oops. Like so. And then I think that's good for that. Run those. Greens loves that. Fill the fields. This needs to be a pointer. Create is fine. This is parsed. That's empty. That's that. Bam. Like so. Now, where else? Just tidy this up real quick. And I'll wish once again that there was a hotkey to collapse only the top level of things. JetBrains Y. Okay. And then nothing's using these. We'll leave them in, though, in case we need them for now. We need to put this into... Stop that from freaking out. We need to put this into the config that we give. Game manager config, client handler config. Message broker is our broker. Run this. Let's see, we have an error in WebSocket server. Why do we have an error in WebSocket server? Oh, right. We gave you an error. If we have an error, we'll say error creating new client connection for client, and this is our con. Client config. We can't really get any more detail out of that. We just log the error. We can short that down just to be a little more explicit. This isn't related to a specific client. It was an error creating the client connection. Completely. All right, let's do more. Where did we have... We're loading attributes, config file path not provided, unable to load. Client database test. That's in client handler. So yeah, it would probably have to be over here. Message broker and game manager configuration. I think we create... Message broker, test broker. I think we create just one up here in test main, yeah. That's something else. We got going on here. Error loading attributes, config file path not provided. Database disconnected. Test map config. Test configs. Okay, so we have helpers for those. Connection config. Game manager config. We should be able to see... Oh, there it goes. Okay. That was weird. Must have been something left over. Didn't get completely cleaned up. So let's make sure we run it a couple times. That's good. And go testing everything. We're good. Um, is it that? Let that go real quick here. We'll make sure that we'll do a manual test here in a second and make sure that we can still move around and that feels good still. And if all that's good, we'll do a commit here for this, and then we'll kind of keep pushing on. We'll still kind of have to think about how things register themselves with the game manager. But I think we're going to kick that can a little further down the road. And the answer might just be that, hey, you just got to add it, go add the code if you're changing things. I guess the other thing we could do is make the server aware of the at the struct level, right? Make the server aware of the message broker, and then give it like a local host only endpoint or something to return that to something that calls it, or something like that. I don't know. That part's tricky. Getting other things added, kind of ad hoc. Go doesn't really like to do that, but maybe we'll just kick that can down the road and say, your options are to use the editor and build within the constraints, or go write code and make your own fork. Maybe that's the answer. Oops. All that came back good, so no races that Go test could find. We'll add... actually, we'll test first, manually. Means we need this. We'll run the server. We'll run the client. We can look. Game screensaver. Dropping message. Something no is happy. That still works. Let's see here. When we create this message, ooh, this is a pointer to a command types action, because it goes into the interface land when we do our listen for events. We need to be looking at pointer. Betcha. Oh, not that. Let's run that again. Run that again. Fat finger the password, There we go. My auto scroll is broken. That's fun. We need to fix our client up. They've changed things since we did that, but that's fine. Okay. You've got a panic on when we close too, so that's fine. That's all good. We can do a commit here. Refactor game manager to use message bus actions instead of a helper. Add. Hey Blackout, how's it going? Add a generic message type in the message broker for broadcast / generic messages. Not even sure if I want to have any other types of message, but we'll do it for now. It's fine. Refactor client handler, etc. to use message bus instead of doing just message, just refactor use the message bus. It's fine. Doing well. How about you? I'm not too shabby. Just working on my project here. Okay. We should be done in there. We should be done in there. Hopefully you're done with that. This doesn't gain us anything at all. We're going to take it out for now. We can add it back if we decide we need it. This will just be message broker message. This can actually just be out of there completely. Perfect. Yeah, that's great. Is the repo public or private? It's private right now. Remove unneeded message interface implementation from game manager. Oops. Okay. The next thing. What is the next thing? This is almost certainly going to necessitate some stuff. Like we mentioned earlier, to do with state. But we're going to do without that for now. We'll push that down the road a little bit. This hydrate. I can hydrate. Delicious hydration. I think we need to pull out. So we got to execute actions. That's all well and good. We need to pull this out to support the idea of the async stuff, right? That you can just do anytime, like looking. And that's where we start to get into issues with this idea that I had of additional actions coming out. I don't think that's the correct answer. I think additional actions should just be queued into the message bus. So let's actually say you're only allowed to do an error. And that's going to make us go fix map up, which is fine. Because it's actually not doing anything right now with the extra stuff. This just is let exit error nil. We don't return that error. Debug it. That should be notified to the user as well. Otherwise, return the error. And in this case, the default, if it's not a matching, we return error to Game Manager as well. That means we can get rid of all of that. We can get rid of all of this. Yeah, summertime, need to hydrate? Yes, it's very warm today. And it was windy earlier, so I had some of the windows closed, and I might go open them here in just a second. Because I'll need to refill this and all that as well. This we could pull out. Let's do this. This won't be execute actions because this will be empty action queue. And then this will be, actually this should be run action queue. That's more descriptive. This is just handle action. And because we don't return anything, that's fine. Up here we handle locking. This just needs to take what's in our action list. Command types.action. This can return an error. This goes in here. That. This. Excuse me? Heck is your problem today, Gilland? Here we go. Otherwise, turn nil. It's you again? Okay. Hello again. We can still debug log that. That's fine. And then up here, do I remember? I forgot. What have you done to be memorable? People come in here all the time asking me if I remember them, and like names scroll by, my dude, all the time. Like unless you're a regular that comes in and engages and contributes something to the the conversation that we're having, like I'll forget you immediately. It's not like I just don't remember names unless I see them a lot, right? This is handle action, error here, action. Error is not nil. Do I need to do that? No. Because we log everything down there, or put all the context in it down there. Never mind. Okay, then. We put in all the details down there, so we can just get away with that. That tidies that up and allows us to, up here, let's see. You become sad. Remember you told me about shorts and all from live stream? Maybe kind of? People talk about it all the time. Let's see here. Yeah, up here where we do our listen for events. That's what I'm looking for. Part of action is execution type. This, we need to say if if this is a synchronous action, then we put you into the queue. Else if execution type, event types, async action, handle action, error is not nil. We do the same thing. We log the error. Just like so. I am done. You're not exported, that's why. Okay, now let's run that and make sure. Actually, ooh, that won't really do any. Well, we can half test it. Nothing's going to be using the run action just yet, but that's fine. We can still test that the synchronous stuff works. So that still runs through the old stuff. Perfect. Okay. Now, commit that. We'll say break up action handling so we can use it for async and sync actions. Use not it, but the same code. Okay. That. Let's think here. Can we put off character state stuff? Or should we do it now and that way we make sure that we're kind of forced to consume it, right? The main thing I want to do is prevent issues by locking state during like a transition like this, because this is responsible for moving the character physically in the map struct. The other thing I kind of want to do is to expose the frame limit, I think. No, we don't want to do that because then you run into circular imports. I'm just thinking that everything should be on the same frame limit. Which won't really matter super awful much, right? But I guess we could also just we could just do it and worry about making sure they're all the same later. It would be in character that we do the stuff for status effects and whatnot. But it's still probably worth doing, right? Apply status effects. It's not that. It's in... Some of this needs to get tidied up too. It's kind of just, it was a placeholder to keep things moving. That needs to be more generic. Stowing and unstowing, that's all fine. Runminder, right here. We need to do the same exact thing here, so we're just going to copy from ourselves. Let's give character a frame limit. That'll take the place of that, and we'll just delete that now. This is for shutting down, so that's fine. It doesn't need to live in default. It can live out here, I believe. This... We'll do the same calculation up here. Get our milliseconds per frame. Then we get our now already in here. Don't need this anymore. Don't need that anymore. We go through our statuses. We don't need that either. Wait. Yeah, no. At the end, we do our same sleep. Like so. Because we need to decrement you as appropriate. Then we do tick on you. Why did I do that? Why didn't I just do... Because other things might want to decrement, yes. You might want to be able to decrement like with a skill, right? That removes a stack of a thing or whatever. And then duration if greater than 0 because of that. Okay, perfect. Thank you, pass me. And then we do the tick at the end of it. And as part of do tick, we don't, we don't do any decrement or anything like that. Perfect. The other place where we have this sort of active state management loop is in the map. Let's just tidy this workstation or the workspace up. Like so. Okay. It is in game map. And it's in cooldowns, I think. No. These are the helpers for it. It must be on map itself. Run minder. Map minder. We'll also give you, just scoot you over here. Give you a frame limit. And later we can put these into config or something. That'll replace that. Collapse you down. We do the same thing here, I believe. The empty default just to make it not block. That. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Got one too many of them now. There we go. And then we'll do our same calculation. Don't need those anymore. Do our same sleep. And then, oh yeah, I don't need that either. Tidy that up real nicely. Okay. This, we don't really have a great way to test this just yet, but my CPU use has not gone to 100 and things are still working, so we'll consider that preliminarily a good answer or a good result. Let's do a quick test on these and make sure we haven't broken any tests somewhere along the way. We'll do a commit if this all comes back clean. Yes, good. Nope, wait, I lied. What failed? Character test has undefined status minor tick time. Because I'm sure I did a test of making sure they cleared out of there. Character underscore, oh, that's care manager test. Character test. Where are you? Here you are. Test finish time, so we used to let it tick 4 times. So we just need to Does that make sense? I think so. Yes. Well, 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 here I go with my phone and my wimpy Bluetooth keyboard. Well, at least you have your phone and a keyboard, right? You could be trying to, thumb type like some kind of a caveman. That must mean that you are on vacation visiting your folks, right? Let's run the full set one more time just to be sure. That's good. Okay. Make the character character status effect minder and game map cooldown minder both use the much nicer frame limit code. Stowed my fancy gear at my friend's place so I don't have to worry about damage and dust during renovation. Ooh, that's a good call. I'm still home, flying out tomorrow evening. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a good call. I didn't think about that. You don't want sheetrock and whatever else stuff in there, right? How's my day going though? I mean, it's all right. Kind of just playing around with the game loop stuff and getting that into a hopefully better state because I'm trying to balance um different connections coming in use WebSockets, so that's all going to run in Go routines. And up until now, the character status minders for status effects and stuff like that have all run independently, and I think I still want to, as opposed to having everything update in the main game loop, right? I don't want to go through the whole list of everybody who exists and say do update. I would rather have them asynchronously put events into the bus, lock that, run through them all every tick, and just do things that affect main game state in the order they come in, right? Because I think that hopefully solves problems of things like fairness and whatever else, right? Part of that will be that character will need to be very cognizant of its own state, because I was thinking about conditions where, like, okay, you're both almost dead. Somebody's going to get the last hit in first, right? If they go into the event queue, whoever gets it first will get it first. And then when it comes time for you to run that action of attack from the character who just died, that character state will be like, hey, I can't do that anymore. I'm dead. I'm sorry. So hopefully that kind of helps to keep the fairness. I'm hoping. But I'm not a game dev, so maybe I'm an idiot and doing this all wrong. um, but speaking of, I think we do need to do character state next so that we can start consuming it. We don't have any combat stuff in yet at all. We have movement though. And every time I look at character, all those placeholder code for notifications of things drive me a little bit insane, so it's probably time to fix that. Um and then, we have lots of other things to do too, but this is sort of just the underpinning things. In fact, I should delete this because we're not going to have that. And we'll kind of think about, yeah, this will come over. We'll leave those in place. But we'll do a new like so. I think that's all we need for this particular thing. Yeah. Let's go ahead and merge that. Actually, we should go through for look for to-dos first. There won't be any. Not for this. We didn't do anything. It's been too little of a time. YOLO it. Here we go. Go. And then we'll clean up. And then, not that, thank you. Go over here and we'll also clean up the idea that we abandoned just so there's not an empty branch hanging around. It's not what I want. I want to go here. Chuck that. Refresh. Perfect. Okay. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Oh, hey, that's our follower goal too. Awesome. That's very exciting. Which means also that it's time for a new goal. And that seems to have gone away from my button list. Really? Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. I'm just blind. Why not? Oh, there it goes. That was weird. Anywho. So. That's that. Let's open a new branch real quick. And we'll call you add character state. And we need to figure out how we want to do this. Character, your struct. You live over here. That shouldn't be. We'll fix that in a minute. But I'm thinking we just build a states package in internal for this, and then we could start with a single state. And if we need to add others, we can think about how to do that. Could do like a list and just go through it until it gets handled. That would probably be the simplest way. The other way would be to build like a chain of them driven off of some kind of like a Boolean property or something, and then you just, inside of the state, if you don't handle that thing, you call the next one up. Not sure. But what I'm going to do right now is use the restroom really quick and refill my hydration bottle here. And yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. On a hydrate already. Holy cow. Hydrate it is. All right. So let's make sure I'm in my branch. Yes, okay. Let's take a look here at character. Well, actually, we should start character manager. New, that's fine. Create character, that's fine. Unstow and stow, that's fine still for now. Okay. The add character, remove character. That's for my list of things, right? For the logged in guys. So I think I want character manager to handle the first pass of, or rather all of the synchronous events. All events really is what it'll boil down to, because the same handlers get used, right? They are not aware of synchronous or asynchronous. Should they be, is an interesting question. For now, we'll assume no. And let game manager drive that decision. So this should be the thing that ends up handling those events that come in. Right now, look is like, for an example, hard-coded to just be looking at yourself. But it should be something that takes a target. And the wind immediately kicked up as soon as I opened more windows. Because that's how we, pardon me, that's how we roll here. And if it gets worse or brings dust, I'll have to go close that window again. But ultimately, that'll be like the first filter, so to speak. And then from there, because we want to make sure that things like you're both logged in and present, right? But presence is defined by the map and where that lives. So we would have to talk to map if we wanted to check that. And that's kind of where we get to the things that need to happen in an order, right? But I guess that's not a bad thing as long as it's all async. Even if it wasn't, because the way we work with characters is by acting on them directly. As long as we gave as long as we put the character stuff in there, we should be okay to make decisions. And we can, generate events if we need to that come later, put them into the queue, they'll get executed on the next update. Is that a terrible idea? I don't know. We'll have to look and think and probably just try it and see what happens. um, but all of the external stuff here is mostly to do with the manager itself, and then interacting with, you know, stowing and unstowing is fine too. And then wait for ready. Why are we waiting for ready on that? That should be like character. Typing on this foldable Bluetooth keyboard has taught me a valuable lesson. I miss my split extra keys customizable Moonlander. That's the model name. Gotcha. I've seen those. I looked at those briefly, actually. But I think there was that one. There's another. There's like three big ones, right? There's the Moonlander. There's one other, and then there's the Kinesis. And I kind of looked at all three. But the thing that kept coming up was that the others were a lot lighter and smaller, like in weight. And I tend to type pretty heavy too. So I think Primogen mentioned that, like, he tried one of the three, and he found that like the keyboards were scooting around. And I also type pretty heavy, and I was like, well, I don't want that. And I'm glad that I didn't do that, because even these kind of scoot around a little bit. I got the Moonlander, and it's amazing while I build my actual own. Okay, cool, rad. I definitely feel the why would that be checking this? I definitely feel the urge to tinker with that kind of thing. It just comes down to time in my life to do all the things. And I'm not like a big, not a really a big keyboard guy in general. Like I don't like the layers and the chords and all that stuff. I just don't it doesn't gel with me. I just want buttons that are always in the same place that I push. Whenever I game, actually, on, you know, anything that requires keyboard interaction, pretty much, um, I switch back to a regular keyboard, because I'm still terrified of the retraining of my brain that had to happen, where space lives here and delete and backspace live here, and I don't want to confuse myself again because it took so long. Like how it has extra buttons all around the normal keys and has 3 thumb buttons for each thumb. Once you get used to it, it's great. Yeah, I mean, that's all I got. I still have a tendency to hit page down instead of return, but you know, one day maybe I'll stop. I'm still like, I'm probably about 80% as confident as I was with a regular keyboard with the split now. But I'm now in this awkward place where I'm like 80% as good with the split keyboard, but I'm also like 80% as good with a regular keyboard now, because they're different. so I just suck at typing in general now. So that's fun. And like, I can do it. I can switch back and forth, which I don't very often do. I'm usually only when I'm using my laptop. One pro tip for a normal keyboard, though, switch caps lock to function as backspace. It's amazing. I think that would destroy my brain. It's already bad because caps lock, the normal keyboard caps lock is where escape is on this keyboard. So I caps lock a lot trying to escape. I did a stint using Dvorak instead of accordion, slowed me for a while when I swapped back. Yeah, I bet. I thought about that just like because my knee-jerk reaction is to just go hard, right? I thought about just going completely off the rails, but then I was like, nah, I don't know. I don't even know if I'll be able to relearn how to type. I was not sure. And at first I was like, I'm never going to get this. But eventually I did, to a degree where it became less distracting. But I can imagine that it would be fairly similar to the frustration that people like who have some sort of a speech impediment must feel, where like you have a concept, you know how to translate it to something like words or typing, right? But you just can't make your body do it right. It was infuriating. No, keep the normal backspace, then caps lock left pinky for backspace is really great. Right. But yeah, it would destroy me because that's where escape is now. And I really try to avoid typing on the regular keyboard anymore just because I want to continue to reinforce the split one. I can see the only time I really do it is when I'm using my laptop off of my desk, which is like when I'm doing laundry. All right. I don't know why I left this over here. We're going to put you into character, just to keep things kind of together-ish. These guys are both in the same package, so it shouldn't really matter that much. But, you know, for visual organization. Handle death, right, okay. So basically, most of these need to run through the state. I said normal keyboard, right. On this one, remap whatever you have on left pinky home row to backspace then. No. That would extra destroy me. Backspace is next to delete over here now. Pinky is escape. Let's see here. So if we did this, so internal, we have our rulers, we have our status effects stuff. That's probably all well and good. Let's do state. And then call you alive, I guess? And we'll also need just a general state.go to hold the idea of a state. Now, if we do this, either we'd have to do an interface, I think. Yeah, otherwise there wouldn't be. There wouldn't be a way to put them all in, right? and that the interface needs to be kind of big because we need to do stuff such as apply damage, do a skill check, set skill bonus. Not sure why that is. I don't remember why I put this in. That should be... That should be something else. Like you should apply an effect, or probably just apply an effect, or if it's like a hard-coded bonus, then the other thing we got to think about is like equipment bonuses and stuff like that, which we probably need like an equip function, right? And that would then allow us to do some stuff with that. Don't know why. I also don't know why I added this. I can't remember. Looks like they're only used in tests right now. Skill check we need. We're gonna just yank those out. And then we can kill the tests for them as well. Attribute score, skill score. I don't know. That it makes sense to return these. Leave it for now. Just thinking about, stacking up bonuses and things and how to differentiate that from the base stuff. What we might end up doing is like almost a mini status effect type thing that is just bonuses that get applied. But for now, I guess those can stay. And they can stay here in the base because that won't really be driven so much by state. Skill check will be. Oh dear, another hydrate. No, wait, no, I'm sorry. My chat window just refreshed and I looked up and saw it. I am gonna hydrate though. Notify. Notify is sort of just generic in that it sends a protocol message to whoever's listening. So that probably stays in the character as well. So, apply damage for sure. Can stow. Is there a state in which we can't stow? Aside from being like in a status, well, I guess we don't have a status or a state for like in combat yet. Or in a room that we can't log out in. Yes, I left myself a to-do for that. So yes is the answer to that. Look, I don't think is state dependent. But this comes down here. This comes down here. And we're just going to do... things that need to go into state. Applying status effects, removing status effects. Maybe. Probably. Decrementing them. Probably not. Well, does that make sense if you can't apply them and remove them? I guess the other thing that we could just do is put this all into the base state, right? That is like just, I'm alive and well. And anything that gets added to that state, any whether we do it in a list or in like a stack, anything that gets added could override anything. So maybe. Notify doesn't for sure. Apply damage definitely does. Maybe those stay in. And only things that are like system level things get to stay. And maybe we pull these down just in case you want a state to temporarily change such a thing. So we get notify, we get look, which might be state, like if you applied blinded, let's say, then you shouldn't be able to look. So that goes in. Hello world, I use Linux by the way. How's it going, Marco? How did your Nix experiment go? Is it all set up and in a good place yet? How's everyone been? All right. Busy. Busy is how I've been. I run miner. Yeah, that's fine. No, I thought I deleted you. Oh, yeah, okay. These things definitely stay out. This is all internal. These need to go away anyway. And just be handled by notify. Well, if we're going to do that... that should just be... What's using these currently? Just the map stuff, I think. And A test. Okay, yeah. So we did it because this wraps the stuff up into a protocol. But this should just be like notify character. And that will go into state of some kind. So these stay, and then these get replaced. What I'm doing, title case, get replaced with one notify function that lives in state. We go all the way up to that. Listen to events comes down here to stay with its other friends, because that is the way you register to listen. It's great. I would personally recommend it. Now all I got to do with new systems is just copy and paste the next config file, and it's all there. Cool. Yeah, I hear that is very compelling. I've heard a lot of good things about that. What's your take on monorepo versus multi-repo microservice approach? Monorepo good? Often? But, like, this is a monorepo. I've got my client, editor, server all in the same one, right? And the shared, which is kind of an anti-pattern to have a shared, right? But in this case, I want to share modules between these things. They're the same. Microservices, I mean, I very much understand that you're adding network complexity and you're adding the need to use Kubernetes essentially, right? Or something very similar to it in order to deploy them, or do a ton of work yourself to handle the networkiness of them. But I also think that like they're very good for enforcing a split of concerns. And as long as you don't fall into, the distributed monolith anti-patterns, like, I find the idea compelling. I also think that the general rule of keep it as simple as possible still applies, right? So, unfortunately, the answer to your question, in short, is it depends. And it's really... I think that the real answer is a third thing that we haven't thought of yet, right? Because both come with their pitfalls, and like it's really just going to depend on what your threshold is for pain, what your preference is for the flavor of pain, and that of the rest of the team, if there is one, right? I'm very happy to work in microservice land and do everything over REST API calls. Like, that's perfectly acceptable to me. Other people, the whole world, it seems, are on the gRPC bandwagon. Single file repo? What? I don't know about that. That seems like a little bit of madness. All right, let's get these started. Getting them extracted. $900,000 lines of code in one file? No, thank you. That's not a single file repo. That's a cursed repo. It was revealed to me by microplastics in my brain. It reminds me of the episode of Futurama where Fry eats the egg salad sandwich and gets worms. Only in that case, they made him better. This probably not so. Um. So if we think about this, not that. Oh, I moved. These need to live over here. Oh my gosh, get up there. I lied. Get down here with your friends. And this actually needs to go over into Jade. We need to do all of these. So it's going to be a gigantic interface. Kind of sucks. But I don't know of a better answer that still allows us to have the concept of a state that makes sense, right? I guess the other thing we could do is because we still need these guys. But I don't think we can avoid that. Like, apply damage will effectively become a c.state.apply damage, right? And if we do like a list, we'll just implement it in here, say it's a list of states, and you'll manage it that way, which is fine. Let's do a little research. Get out of there. The other thing I could do is to put all of the things that can happen to it into some kind of an interface, right? Do a bunch of type switching. Seems like kind of a big pain in the butt. Did I make you states? Did I make you plural? Ah. There we go. What is the states package? Oh, it's a cogent thing. Okay, I see. So just kind of jot that down for myself, and we'll kind of go back to that. Isn't really what I want. State position. State with a predefined value. This is game state, not really state machine sort of statey state. Update method changes the state. Draw reads the state. Draws images based on it. Okay. Didn't expect to find great wisdom in an absolute beginner's titled thing, but you know. Don't judge an article by its cover. Simple state machine and go. State machine struct. State type. It's a string. Event type. So I'd have to build everything at the... Maybe that's not terrible. They're using context there, that's fine. Event type, which is a string. Thought you were going to open ChatGPT for a second. I haven't been to Stack Overflow in 2 years now. Nope, I don't use any GPTs. I still read. So, a state has action and events. State type. State machine struct. Okay, I see. And then a mutex. Send event. Event type. Context. I guess that's the other thing is we need to think about who sets the next state and stuff like that. You code raw. You're the dev she tells me not to worry about. Yep. The only thing I got is the basic IntelliJ, or not IntelliJ, Goland, you know, old school syntax suggestions. The name of it is currently IntelliSense. There's the word. Just the LSP provided IntelliSense. Send event sends an event to the state machine. That's a little wonky. States. Yeah, this gets really hard to read and reason about. This is a map, is what this is. Where do they have a map? Events. States. States holds states, which is a map of state type state. Okay. In this case, they just switch things on and off. Action is off action, which is just takes a context. Event rejected. So you'd have to do a list for this particular pattern or this particular implementation. For a light switch state machine to test. Send event. So in this case, they still need to have an event for everything. Where is the switch off event defined? Must just be an action interface, so they would have to off action. Yeah, so it's just, okay. Yeah, it is an interface. So you'd have to still wire up every single thing that you want to do. And I don't know why you would add all this extra complexity in that case. Keeps your interface smaller. That is a good thing, I guess. You do end up having to switch off. So you still have to build the event. Yeah, that's reasonable. What about the cases where set event switch on? Send event. Is that what we call? Send event, yes, okay. Get next state. I don't know if I love this completely. You still have to build all the internal bits. um, okay, they're using an enum for state. We're also using send event here. Map of state to event. Map of state with which is a map of event to action. An action in this case. Type action is just a func, okay. The yeah, I guess that is nicer. We still need to figure out what we're doing, right? So that we can call and let the state machine handle it. But it does make the interface smaller, which is very nice. So I think we're kind of go with a similar idea. And that has the benefit of putting everything state-wise into this package, right? So that we kind of segment off, because like, okay, if you do apply damage, how do you figure out what your new state stack is, right? Without applying it within the machine. So I think that's correct. And this becomes a struct. And we'll look at their examples here real quick. So this has an initial state. So we need to define one of those. That does make sense, right? Eventually we'll want to load that and set the initial state to whatever your initial state was when you logged out. But we don't really do persistence in that way just yet, so it's not um, a huge deal to just say that the starting state, initial state, is just being alive. That's fine. Stack Overflow, where do you think ChatGPT learned all it knows about programming? Exactly. The thing, okay, so the thing about Stack Overflow and why I still much prefer it. Let me just go grab a random let's see here. One that's not all downvoted to heck, but has lots of answers. Active. Here we go. 5 answers. So they have their problem, whatever it is, right? So if you scroll down here, this guy has taken, or this person has taken all this time to write this stuff out. He probably has links down here. Okay, he's got a playground link. You can see what he's talking about. He's written that up. You can come down here and see follow-ups. And like our chances of landing on one here is pretty low just because they're not everywhere. Yeah, these are just answers, right? But this is actually a great example, right? They've done a huge write-up on their answer, explaining it, and dropping all kinds of great knowledge, right? This is what you miss if you just let an LLM summarize your stuff. Mostly fine, but you sometimes get people who are incredibly wrong or have some really odd convictions. Yes, that is true. But I'll take the bad with the good every time, because I'm going to find new things in this idea. So he's going to be talking about parse node, parse tree. What are these? These are going to give me extra things that I can do a new search on, right? So they're trying to get this as a slice of strings, right? Inspecting a parse template, right? Okay, so this search for this is going to be like template actions as slice of strings. You're going to be looking for something like that, right? And then you're going to get down here and you're going to be, I can look up what's parse tree look like for Go HTML templates. What's parse node? Or I can also just read the docs here directly. So that to me is the killer value proposition of Stack Overflow and humans. And sometimes you get people that might know a little bit more that answer a Stack Overflow question. And they'll drop like serious graybeard wisdom on you just casually. And it's there for you if you cared to read. So, to me, that is invaluable. This is going to have to be a pointer. And also, because the package name is state here, if I could type, I am the machine. Then there's people who just go, you shouldn't be doing that, don't do that, it's dumb, even though the asker has explained the reasoning and that they're aware of the trade-off. Yeah. But I mean, also, like, sometimes the answer is don't do that, you're dumb. And if the entire world says that, it's worth considering whether or not I'm out of touch or if the kids are in the wrong. But I'll still take the bad with the good, right? And the other thing people complain about is like, well, I wrote this question on Stack Overflow and I got downvoted into oblivion. I have never needed to write a Stack Overflow question. Ever. Like, ever. There's always an answer if you understand the problem. And usually when people come to me and they say, hey, I have this question and I asked about it on Stack Overflow, my immediate response to that in my brain is, that's more of a how do I do my job question. And you shouldn't be asking Stack Overflow that, and they're probably going to downvote you to oblivion. Right? Because when you understand the problem well enough to write a Stack Overflow question, you almost always know the answer or can find it already asked and answered. I do agree, however, that there's often good and useful info there despite the downsides. Yeah. When using AI generative, I end up use it without questioning more. Gotcha. That's kind of the trap that people are finding. There was actually just an interesting I saw it scroll past in social media. Gosh, what is the? I forget the name of the company, whatever they call themselves, whatever they are. But they did a bunch of open source maintainers, and they said, okay, let's measure your productivity using the AI. And the developers anticipated like a 25% boost. They did the thing. They asked them, okay, how much do you think it helped you? And they said, okay, it was about 20%. And it turned out that they were actually slower. That's what the data said, is that they were slower. And these were maintainers of large projects, like very experienced devs, right? Experienced in their product, in their project, I should say. Okay, so we're gonna kind of take inspiration from both of these guys because I liked this a little more in some ways and this a little more in some ways. This still does an initial state. He has current state, transitions, and actions. This... previous current. There's no next state here. Which... I don't know if I want or not. I'm starting to pack, and I was eaten by a cardboard box. Drat this keyboard. Drat it indeed. Drat it to heck. This is just testing where... Okay, so he hard codes in the states here and returns an instance of a state machine. That kind of makes sense, right? I liked this more, I think, with an initial state. Still need to know about those. I use the Jippity mainly for synthesizing large amounts of docs, almost like a search engine. I think that's what it excels at. That and simple true-false questions. You know, the hallucinations and all the nonsense make me utterly uninterested in that. I would rather manually skim docs. I'm starting to pack, and it turns out I'm bringing no less than 4 mobile phones, a laptop, and a partially assembled keyboard I intend to finish, along with some specialty shampoos for my mom. I hope you sprung for extra luggage then. And also, sister, if my luggage doesn't look like a quintessential bomb, I don't know what will. Right? Um... This part. So this is all well and good with this because it's very, very simple. But I guess maybe the next states and the past states aren't. I don't even know if we need previous states yet. Maybe we'll skip those until we know that we need them for sure. Um, but also we would have to stack individual machines if we did this, which I don't think I love. What we need to be able to do is to pass along anything that doesn't get handled, so that it goes to the base state or whoever, right? So instead of a map, I still think um it's more mundane than that. Personal phone, corp phone, dog food phone, and my old personal phone, which I'm gifting to mom. I want to believe the dog food phone implies you have a dog food dealer. So, a machine is going to for sure need to know about states. Right? I don't think there's any way around that. I wish they'd just give me the entire code block so I could look at it. Especially when there's not really any, like there's not a lot of text here. Well, dog food as in tech. Transitions. Do we need transitions? Yes. No. Maybe. Like the main one that I can think of immediately would be like, if your character dies, you need to be able to figure out like how do we handle that. Whether you get moved to like the underworld map or you get moved to a state of like being a ghost and you get a corpse run or whatever, which would move you to like a graveyard or whatever, right? There's actions that need to happen in that sort of state. Although that's a great interpretation, I'll be using that. Nice. Hey man, you got any milk bones? And then send event. I don't think that event really makes sense in this context, though. An action does. What we really want is for hey boy, hit me with some chow, right? um Because, like, next state of taking damage, let's just say, and previous state of taking damage, or the taking damage event, like, that's not necessarily going to trigger a state change. And even if it did, the next state might not be dead. Whatever that happens to look like. You got some of that wet food? What I really think I want is that list of states that gets run through until something handles it. I think that's still the case. How do I break that up into something? Handle event is still true. As a thing that the state needs to be able to do. This would be a list of states. Not type. We don't really want you to implement state. The interface. The yes, the age-old problem of trying to wrangle our messy, continuous world into discrete update steps. It's a problem with which baffled Newton and drove Euler to become a vacuum salesman. Yes, yes, indeed. Complicated by the fact that I don't normally write state machines like this because this is a really gamey sort of approach, right? And I'm not a game dev. Like, I understand the concept of them. I just haven't worked with them a ton. Um, let's take this out of there for just a second. And we'll just kind of noodle around here. We need this to handle event, which will be an event that happens. I believe everything can be a state machine if you have enough time. I mean, sure, I suppose. If we're going to do this, then we have to define all the possible events, which is fine. Rust enums pattern matching would go hard here. Well, unfortunately, this isn't Rust. Maybe that'll be, the goal for when I can go be a full-time streamer is that I'll learn Rust and write something big in it. The day I don't have my big screen and keyboard is the day you switch from UI to something I have direct experience with. Well, that's just poor planning on your part. This would have to be like a type. An event would have to be a type, right? We could abuse enums for that. Does that make sense? Good question. it probably makes sense for the sake of telling what type of event we built. And then we'd have this. Which has a type in it. Does that need to be a struct or an interface? Or do we just put we have in the protocol the action coming in, but that's not true. Because character needs to build these when you call its helpers. Yeah, I should have anticipated I'd meet you and follow this project's development back in March when I started arranging this renovation, before I'd even seen your stream for the first time. Shame on you. Exactly. Exactly. How dare you not be able to just predict the future perfectly? This is still fine because we can pass this event along to whatever our state is. So we can do we don't care about the I don't think. We go through our states. We'll say that a state needs to handle and the event goes into it and it'll return a bool. This needs to get the event. If this is not okay, actually no, if it is okay, we return. Does that make sense? How would we switch the state if that's not cool? Like if we do handle it, but then the well, let me try to make a prediction right now. I predict you will become immensely frustrated with that keyboard and possibly replace it. Maybe even before you leave. See, that's the tricky part. I predict this blasted keyword will drive me insane before long, but even before that, I predict I'll go to bed right now. Sounds good, man. Have a wonderful night. Enjoy your trip. Stay safe. This is the part that cooks my brain. Like getting it to handle it easy, right? But this kind of argues almost against having stacked states, except for we kind of need them. Because we can't do an inheritance type deal. Have a good rest of the session and weekend. Hey, you too. You too. We'll do our best. And the thing that these don't really handle, I guess we'd have to put them into the function, right? Except for we'd have to get stuff back out of it. How did they? So when they do the switching here, I think they just print stuff, right? Send event, switch off. This is testing. Light has been switched off. Turn no op. So when they send event, that's where the next state comes in this case. This is really random, but I'm considering pre-computing all possible math ops, i.e. 2 plus 2 equals 4, into a map. Map.get22 into a 20 gig binary to get absolute performance on my project. Is this perfectionism? I don't know. I would assume not. I believe I've heard of them doing similar things way back in the day, but I don't think that's fast anymore. I think that a cache hit or the cache operation, which will probably try to pre-compute things that it thinks you're likely to add and retrieve for you, I think that'll be faster than reading from memory. Or a mental illness. Probably the latter. It's probably those microplastics again. But also, like, benchmark it, right? See what happens. So here's the tricky part. We need to let things that aren't handled fall through until they are. But we also need to control switching state. The other thing that we can do is stay with this, but instead of returning here, we do stuff and also things. But what are those stuff and things, right? Which would lead us to not caring about the event type at all if we were to add different handlers. Because we need to make decisions about what happens based on what sort of event happens. Which feels like the simpler implementation too, right? So instead of handle event, we would have handle take damage, for example. And then this, we wouldn't even need that. We would just take an int. Then this would need well, if we did that, could use the event type in here, I suppose. do that just for while we're kind of playing around with the idea. But then if we did this, then we just push the switch statement in further, right? Where we'd have to say, okay, well, I am alive, and then I switch on all the possible types I handle, which I guess might be okay. We'd have to give event an interface for data. And we might as well not even export this if it's just going to live inside of here. Oh, that, right? Then state would handle events. I'll just handle, sorry. This event. And let's just use dying as the sort of prototypical state change, because it's the easiest one to reason about, right? State is not aware of the character's state, essentially. So that would end up pushing it up to character over here. So if we were to say apply damage, handle take damage, amount, right? Then all of this would need to go into there, which is fine. Perfectly acceptable. The problem is it's still here, I think. Well, no, it'd have to be up here because this would also need to, a pointer to the character. So that starts to break down, right? And to be kind of annoying. Let's go also look. Again at Mr. Nystrom's deal here. So there's that. There's this. Yeah, so that's what he does too. He gives us a pointer. Okay. But because we know we're in handle take damage land, in his case it's input. Maybe I'm overcomplicating this, and the answer is that we should just be setting the state here. Maybe I'm trying to push the functionality too low. And then, so here, we would need to still have the character. But then I can't do that because then I have cyclical imports. I'd have to lift this up into the character package, which I'm not, completely opposed to. Like, let's just do that. You're part of character. Do that. Get rid of that. This is a state machine, and I don't need that. Get you out of there. Why can't you be... Oh, it's because... Character as well. Why are you angry? You know what? I don't think I can put these into this folder if I do that. I think that's my problem. Delete that. I think for games, I would go with an event-driven approach with a central message bus and use that to trigger state changes. No, because these guys need to be able to have this done in order, right? We can't just have things flying around willy-nilly. That's the problem. So then you become C, and then the event, which we would have to build here, which is fine. Oh, lowercase. Sure, just for the heck of it. Like so. And then handle also needs character. Oops. So that goes in. It's exported though. And then we did this. You can be an empty struct for now. Think it'd be possible to expose a mud engine to an LLM as tools and then build out a world like that without letting the LLM take too many creative liberties? Don't know, don't care. Not interested in LLMs at all. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Hi to you as well. Then we would need handle events. Like so. This needs to return a bool for whether or not it was handled, right? So then, in this case, it would be true. This would move over here. Like so, right? Fiber or Gorilla, which do you prefer? I don't know what you're talking about. The heck was that noise? I don't know. Okay, so in the handler here then, we'll look back at his sort of scaffoldy example here. Calls on the new state to enter the new state. And this is for control state, but it kind of makes sense. Here they're still doing, so handle input. They've got the input. Switching on that, set the graphics, return new standing state. And then so they're letting that drive state that way. So they delete the state and set it to the new one and call state enter. And then, so if we were going to do dead, let's say, and this can be empty struct for now. Actually, I don't need these to be pointer receivers in either case, actually. Because there's no state in them, right? They just do stuff. Handle event takes the character and the events, returns a bool. False for now. So here's where we'd have to do the switching. But we'd also need to say that a state needs an enter. And this might need the character as well. In fact, yeah, it would. Because this needs to act on a character, right? Do things like moving and whatever else. So that... do that. Move the character, set the dead. Actually, this is the dead state. So, just thinking about like the stacked state sort of thing, right? Move the character. Probably the only thing that needs to be handled just yet. This one, it actually doesn't do anything. This is just like our default aliveness state. We could do a debug that says character S entering alive state, where S is something like that. And then we can do the same as a placeholder. We could say that a struct needs a name property. We'd have to do initializers and stuff then. Let's just leave that for now. So then here this is where we would need we handle you. We would also need this to return a bool and a state, right? So if it's okay, and let's just for now just say that its state is a state. We'll get rid of this for loop for right now. Like so. Then we do that. Well, I'm new here. What is a MUD game engine like? Is it a 2D engine? It's a MUD engine. So multi-user dungeon, text game. So we need to do that. And then in our alive up here, we say we'd have to return dead, but It'd have to be a new instance of dead, right? Oh, and this also needs to right. And then character event pool state. Character event pool state. Oh. I renamed that, that's why. And then we don't really have a good way to test this, which is also going to be a problem. We'll need to do how do we want to do this? Like we can test the code, but I'd like to test it, you know, in the client. Um, this also needs to be a switch here, right? Switch on the event type. And this all needs to go into case. We don't have these just yet. We need to make them. Apply damage. Event type equals iota plus 1. That way a default doesn't get doesn't get in there, right? We'd have to do that. And then we can also just do not type func stringer for this guy for convenience. Why are you not happy? On local type. We're doing wrong here. Um, Oh, silly me. Not event type equals. Oops, not there. It's that. Syntax error. There we go. And then over here we need to, we did that, okay. Yank that out of there. This. Let's apply damage, we do these things. For now, we can just default return false nil. Let's put that in the correct place, though. The... We'd have to pull this out somehow, right? We need to make this aware. Actually, I can do, I think... If I did this... I can't do this up here, can I? Can't define it. I would have to... I have to create them as part of this, I think. When we create a new manager, it would have to create all of its possible states, right? Then they can use copies of that. I'm okay with that. Which right now we don't have. How would they then know? Oh, duh. Yeah. You don't have the things just yet. I don't know if this makes sense. We'd have to do this too. We could do it this way though. Enter. Ah. Thought we did this already. Where did I put it? Down here like an idiot. Don't need GDB pointers. That. I need to store these though as well. Why you're in there if we're not using you. State machine would need to know. We want to we get around this by that. But returning a state in this case doesn't help us, right? Because we can't look it up. We'd have to give ourselves a pointer to ourselves. Or we'd have to do kind of like they did and pull this out more into multiple maps, right? Which gets really hard to think about and reason about. But that's kind of why we're just loosey-goosey noodling this in, right? And kind of finding out where the trade-offs are. That's a really... It's an interesting problem. Right? And I don't love this, really. I would like this to get pushed down. Um... Well, I guess that's probably the best place for it. Otherwise, I mean, we would just push this code in, right? Which doesn't make any sense, really. You gotta build it somewhere, might as well be here. Could make event and interface. I don't think we really gain anything from doing that, though. We'll already need to type assert on data to make sure it's the correct data type for the event. We have to pull... I don't like the multiple maps. And none of this handles are, you know, stacked. Hierarchical. Which we don't know we need for sure. But... I kind of think we do. But that kind of just adds another dimension to our state changes, right? We'd also need to add like I guess event the status effects could apply a state. Like a child state, like blinded, let's say. It could be a thing. They would need to know what states are possible, so we can put that into the editor. Which isn't insurmountable. Even if it's just like a string or a UUID type match, right? That says, hey, this thing exists and I know how to do it. Or I'm a state that is valid in some way, shape, or form. And then just tie it to like a name and description. You wouldn't be able to create a new state from a config, but that's probably fine too. You just have to add your own. I'll have to think about this a little bit because of this, right? This isn't going to be correct currently. We'd have to store these in here somehow. I guess we could do them as global vars. We could I'd really like to push this back down into its own package, especially if we're going to do that, right? How to do that without this circular import? We don't. It's the answer to that. We have to give you a pointer to the character so that you can act upon it. No way around that. Could get away with not having these. And letting this do the switchy logic. But then what do we do for I guess we probably use apply damage for our effects too. Yeah. So that might be okay. Hmm. And then if the default is not handled, no next state. It just ignores it, which might work. I'll have to think about that. But it is now past 4 o'clock. I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing, then you should show up here tomorrow at this time, minus 4 hours, wherever you are in the world, and I should be here doing the same thing. And I'd love to see you again. Thank you to everybody who came and hung out. We had some great chats today, and I'd love to see you again too. If not, have yourselves a great weekend, and maybe we'll catch you some other time down the road. Thanks again, everybody.